Excuse me. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome to the channel. My name's Twice. Today we will be starting up, believe it or not, a new weekend stream game. This is in the form of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, which is 2 for the price of 1. For those of you who haven't ever played an Ace Attorney game, that's okay. This one's just a prequel, and it doesn't really matter if you need to know anything about it. There's a couple characters that could be construed as like ancestors of past characters, but there's just kind of nods rather than any narrative importance, other than you're playing as the grandfather of Phoenix Wright, who's the Ace Attorney. It's part visual novel, part puzzle game, more or less. Yeah, it finally got ported to the West after at least 5 years. At least it was on the 3DS, both of them. So before the Switch, or right after the Switch came out. There's 2 of them, like 2015, 2017. Popping in to say hi and eating immediately. Good to see you, Crystal. Hope you have a good time wherever you're going. Adventures. Ooh. Should we start at 2? No. Probs not. Probs not.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves
and it's set in like the turn of the century.
To this far eastern island nation.
How's the audio? Is it good enough? I don't want it to be too loud, but I'm hoping everything sounds good.
And some was swept away.
It's a little wonky with like switch captures, so I wouldn't doubt if like the volume's either super low or not.
But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
What'd you do? Man, already getting framed for murder. It's the first episode. So as long as you could hear the gunshot and the voices and you can hear the little jingles and stuff, I'm happy. If not, please let me know. Because right now I'm playing inside of OBS. I'm playing around with the audio to make sure it sounds right. And tiny bit louder. Okay. Let's try... Well, let's actually get some tunes in here. Before I actually do it. Give me some tunes, game. Okay. How's that? A little bump. Murderer. Now it's a tiny bit loud. Oh my gosh. Then we'll land right in the middle. Alright, let's do this. Swap the monitor over and I should be all set. High hopes. Better interview some strange, wondrous animal at some point. Well, we got 2 games to do so. And hello, pirate. You have a grinding addiction? Oh no. Is it still in Bravely Default? Killed mobs for 3 hours again just to level the jobs on everyone for no reason. You have a problem, pirate. But I knew that already because you play Monster Hunter, and everyone who plays Monster Hunter has a problem. Every single one of them. I just appreciate that this character's entire life, the headband always flows. Ryunosuke, that's us. Nothing like a little getting framed for murder to jog the old Ace Attorney memory. How many times have one of our friends been framed for murder? Let's see. The first case of the first one, the fourth case of the first one, the first case of the second one, and a couple cases in the third one. Really, Maya got framed in the first case of the second case of the first one. It's like the hazing to get in here. Of course, that does look pretty damning. There was a gunshot, and we were holding the gun, but hey. You hated Mia, would not have cared if she went down. She went down in, like, the literal second case. Calm your bloodthirst. Kazuma. Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspaper these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. You nearly 1,000 hours? Oh my god, hot monster hunter. She's just behind Teddy on Hated People. Well, I mean, at least you got your closure on her. I mean, she came back for the third one, kind of. And her spirit did too. You know. But close enough. Teddy's still out there, probably hunting you down at this point. You'll never find him. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend, also in his second year at Yume University. He's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified... Oh, so he's gonna die. He's our Mia! The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old. Here in Japan, anyway. My qualifications don't mean much yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago, but I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. He's studying abroad. Oh, right. This game takes place in Japan first, and then England second. So, Does he own one set of clothes? Every single character in this game only owns one set of clothes. Across all Ace Attorney. Phoenix has got the one suit. You know, Edgeworth's got the cravat. Here to hear the terrible English accents you're gonna do? Oh, they're all American. Sorry. Definitely got localized like that, I'm sure. Yeehaw, said Baron Aphanasis as he ate his tea and crumpets. Change in our own legal system, so I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. Wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'll have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Great idea. It's not every day you get to be framed for murder in a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow, then, partner. See, they're all American. That's how it is. this goober? Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me, but never mind that for now, Asogi. You should go immediately to the judge's chambers. Why? I was looking for you before. Your advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Look how he's a huge sword. Isn't that great? He has a mysterious aura that constantly gives him wind in his hair. They go to the same university, but one of them doesn't know. Well, that's fair. I didn't know half the arrow professors at mine, so maybe even 2/3. In case he needs it in the courtroom. I mean, let's see. Like, Edgeworth didn't have weapons, but like, Francisca had a whip. Godot throws scalding pots of coffee at you. I think Blackwell had a sword. He was handcuffed, but he had a sword. You know, there's a few. Ah, the sharp tongue of Edgeworth. Fair enough. You got me there. You know, this game just... Our characters get physically and verbally abused. Oh, this is awkward. Hi, man. Yeah, sorry? You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Eugen Mikitoba. I'm professor of forensic medicine at UMA. Great character, great development. It gets even better if you play through the Ace Attorney Investigations games. And then cross your fingers that this makes them localize Ace Attorney Investigations too, because I've heard that's literally the best one in the series. Or very close to it. But he's an excellent character. As such, I feel you should know. Well, as you no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that the permission will be revoked and never granted again. I mean, in terms of penalties, I've had worse in these games. As I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi might have chosen not to tell you. He's your best friend. But I don't understand. The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it. I swear it. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry. What do you mean? Well, you'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But, then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so... Well, as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. Oh, we're getting married. We're getting the green card. Sick. Doesn't make sense. We're in the same nation. But if we get the green card, we can go with him married to Great Britain. I get it. This is an excellent plan. Now, we're going to have to defend ourselves. I just really dig this game because they also got like full orchestration for it. That can really change a soundtrack for the better. Bloodborne had a similar thing, where I think that's probably FromSoft's best soundtrack, and it's the one that they fully orchestrated. And in the opposite end of that, Dragon Quest XI had full orchestration, but it didn't get put into the game. So all you got is like little chipped, almost chiptunes versions. They were bad. Also much shorter overall. The trial that would decide my destiny. So this is a courtroom. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. Well, the powers that be that demanded that this be a secret trial. A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. Why? It'll become clear in time, but for now, you need to concentrate, Reynosuke. It's about to begin. Oh. Another pain? This guy is the starter lawyer for every single game. A relative of his, or like a long-lost brother, now an ancestor. Oh, his name is Ouchie instead of Pain. Oh, the name puns. They're starting already. Never played a Dragon Quest game. I mean, they're good, like, solid RPGs. JRPGs, specifically. 11's excellent place to start. It's like Final Fantasy. 8 is the one a lot of people recommend. That one was only okay. I like 6 and 5 more than 8, though. 5, 6, and 11. 3 is, I think, getting a remaster or a remake, so maybe that's a good place to start. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it! This is where I undermine my best friend by making sure that we defend ourselves. This judge is some serious business, though.
Yes!
Yes! That's me. His eyes darting around is good. It's good animation. I'd like to inform the court that that I will be defending myself. You'll be what? Also, for those who haven't played Ace Attorney, everything's very exaggerated to great effect and bombast. It's part of the charm. That and the music and just, oof, it's great. He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off. Translator had a laugh doing that line. Well, in the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason I shoot. Yes, I knew that's how you'd feel. Which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. The professor should have stuck his nose in. Court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well, does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel.
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent he's confident he can speak for himself. And that's so. Naruto-san. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident. This really is Phoenix Wright's ancestor. Down to the sweat. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of the Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. You're not going to get that from either of us. But yes, you make yourself very clear, Judge. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you've undertaken. My competence? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Start with the very simplest of questions. Yes. Kindly state the name of the victim in this case. It's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I care to remember. But, wait. Just give me the court record. Come on. I know, we gotta play through the tutorial every time. Give me the court record. Court record. Yep. Oppressive R. Ah, yes, pressing R. There's no time to lose. John H. Wilson. Okay, so that's definitely Watson, right? Dr. Watson. I know they had to change the names of Sherlock and Watson because the litigation-heavy Sherlock... God, who wrote Sherlock? I'm absolutely blanking on it. Whatever. That estate. Very litigious. That's why Sherlock Holmes in this game is Herlock Sholmes. Which apparently is enough.
Yes!
Yes! Just remember the name of a esteemed member of your own university. They are right assholes indeed. Just the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we've just signed a treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Lima University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? All the Paynes have the same voice, and it's actually like this. They all talk like this, very shrill. Objection! I can't do that, though. We gotta save the old vocal cords. Oh, wise little snap. They basically go after anyone who's English in Victorian times and had a male partner to solve crimes with. Ain't that the truth? They're scary. But they've been defeated by a simple Herlock Sholmes. Pathetic. Oh, we're a convenient scapegoat. Government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. Thank you for confirming. Nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still. I should go and say hello. Things I've never thought about anybody at a restaurant. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John Wilson, lose his life? Just a fat ass that only focused on my food. Perf. Same, honestly. But also crippling social anxiety, and also people are gross. Including myself. I too am gross. Do it now! Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. A single bullet fired at close range. No exit wound.
Yes!
Yes. Oh, well. According to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to a gunshot trauma. It's going to be interesting because they don't have, like, autopsies, really. I feel like it's just going to be mostly guesses. And very little, like, hard data, fingerprints, and that sort of thing. It's going to be a lot more feel and, like, left behind clues because it's the early 1900s. Late 1800s. One of those. This is a so-called... Yeah, like, photos are just being introduced kind of deal. That's going to make things difficult, for sure. Proving things that in other games might be easy. With an updated autopsy report. I always look at, like, chat to say stuff, and then I'm like, oh, right, camera's up here. Alright. Photograph. Look at this photograph. It is clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. Very well. I'm satisfied with your basic answers of who was killed and how. You are now a lawyer. Thought he was going to do the Ginyu Force pose. All you need is a knee. Prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. Clearly the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah, of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma, so you must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Okay, so the professor wasn't trying to send me to an early grave. That's the least we can say about him. My first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. I wonder what the... I've seen some of the gimmicks and changes and mechanics from this, but I haven't seen all of them. I tried to keep as, like, away from this game as possible to avoid spoilers. Satoru Hosonaga. That's not a punny name. I'm the head waiter in a Western-style restaurant called La Carnival. Oh, you have tuberculosis then? Alright, seem to be coughing up some, It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. It really, really should. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern corridor was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants in Occidental Eatery 3 days ago. He's gonna die and you get blamed for using black magic? Oh, man. Please, no. Don't do this to me. No petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Oh, perspiring, maybe. It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We had a few diners at that time of day. Lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. Please don't die. Already. It was when I was in the kitchen putting away crockery and cutlery. Wait, how are you even a waiter, dude? Is the restaurant really not concerned with sanitation here? Guess it's the 1800s. Fine. Like, maybe... Look, I've already had one character in our stream die of tuberculosis. It'd be really weird if it didn't happen. If it happened again. Looking at you, Red Dead Redemption 2. Not a common occurrence.
Yes!
Yes! Hold on, let me just clarify something here. Well, I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor. I didn't shoot him. Yeah, he's got the same voice. Objection! I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw. You amateur. What a beard that guy's got. I'm very impressed with it. Next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you'll be penalized. Oh yeah, one more thing about these games. If you annoy the judge enough, he'll just sentence you to death. or your person you're defending. It's gamey. But yeah, it just kind of it's the same thing with Danganronpa. It doesn't really make sense. Even if you're, like, not accused of being a murderer at all, if you mess up too many times, they're like, it's just all vote this guy. Let's kill him. You're just like, but why? And they're like, you annoyed us. Sorry, you got it wrong. Standing beside the victim with a gun in hand was the same man we see here in court today. Different times is right. Yes, without question. I see. Apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? Sounds like it's based on the American court system, then. There's no one else around that table but the deceased and the university student. Wait, what did you just say? There's no one else around at that table. What's the matter? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. Really? That's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? Interject.
Yes!
Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Objection!
What are we going to do with you? Your blatant disregard for court proceedings. I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after... I'm a student! Yeah, you're correct. Is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy. No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please have a look if you'd like to. Sketch of the establishment. See, this is more what I'm expecting. It's like, instead of floor plans, it's just like, yeah, we took a sketch. It looks like this-ish. Yeah. It's the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. By the red X. Sure. Clearly a very conscientious waiter. Conscientious and infectious. Well, is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. I'm completely calm and collected until now. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. I'm sure he's fine. Ginyu Force. So, the court has now heard a précis of the case. Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. Seeing we are looking at a black and white case here. Open and shut, if you will. Defendant. Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court, but I must warn the defense if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial. Prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. Yeah, because, like, the previous games always have some kind of, you know, quirk, some gimmick that they add. Like, Phoenix Wright in the first, well, in games 2 and 3, you could, like, see when people were lying, and you'd see, like, physical locks. You'd have to break those locks with evidence. Apollo Justice can, like, look at people really closely and see, like, tells almost, which would be excellent if you were, like, a poker player, but he's a lawyer. But that got really weird, too, because you could, like, look and be like, I see when you mentioned the murderer's sister, your left armpit perspired a lot. What a tell. And they're just like, why were you even looking there? But, yes, I was in love with the sister, and then, you know, the story goes on from there. Then, like, Athena can read emotions, and then, like, mixed emotions can be, like, sorted out into different pieces of evidence. I'm not even joking. One of the ones in I think it was Apollo Justice, but it could have been Dual Destinies. Like, one of their armpits just perspire a lot. That's the tell that you have to find. So, like, every single line, you just, like, start looking at them really close and be like, I see that your eyebrow twitches. Once every 10 seconds. The perspiring one took me a long time, because I wasn't looking at his armpit, believe it or not. Not a important piece of the body to look at. The accused is in fact innocent, and a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. So So I'm wondering what they do. And then, like, if you get into the weird stuff, like Ace Attorney Investigations doesn't have court cases. Very much more Sherlock Holmes-y. But you still have to, like, go through, like, war of words and present evidence and that sort of thing. And then Leighton Cross Phoenix Wright is a mix of, like, puzzles and trials. So I'm interested to see what this one will do to change things. Prosecutor, ouchie. Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. I can't even read this guy's line, seriously. He's been a joke in almost every single one. I know there's at least 4 or 5 different Pains. There's Winston Payne, Gaspin Payne. They're all jokes about how in pain he is. This one's just ouchie, which is somehow more entertaining. Alright, bring the thunder. When we get a chance, let's check out that business card, because obviously he didn't want that in evidence for whatever reason. Oh! Bringing folks in more than one at a time. Okay. Yes, sir, and Yesa Nosa. Yes, sir, and no, sir. Our army sergeant. That makes sense. And you're a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity. Yeah, that's great. What's your name? Curio Corcuta. Corcuta? Corcuta. Curio. I don't know. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pair. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. Must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question. Always post-noon, and not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios in which I make my business. I can't understand a word that old man's saying. Seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. Obviously targets our folks. It's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, the sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Both witnessed the precise moment of this atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative. The enemy unit was seen attacking the front foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir. There's that black-uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded... Is that a baby? This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. So, this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment he shot the victim dead. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment the incident occurred. Honestly, like, the character designs are... Why is there a baby? Character designs are top-notch in, like, the Ace Attorney games. Just, they're so unique. And they've got... They only have gotten better with, like, their animations over time. And then the music that kicks in when you, like, are pressing home a point, oh, you'll hear it. It'll be great. We'll experience it together. I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, bam, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black-uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little... Nope, definitely wasn't from the back, so we'll have to take that. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy. Where the hell did he get a knife? What times we live in which an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. The good old I picked up the gun during the murder defense. Hey, works for Edgeworth. An English-made gun next to the chair the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it, so I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, bang. That's the truth. There was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. Well, then, also the gun you picked up wouldn't have ballistics, right? Shit, ballistics don't exist in this. That's probably not a thing that's happened yet in forensic science. That's frustrating. Alright, cross-examining. Yep, cross-examining. I've played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I've played 9 legal Ace Attorney games. One's untranslated and the other 2 are sitting right before me. Damn you, Ace Attorney investigations, too. It's in their same caliber. Yeah, it could be. But, like, if it's a revolver, wouldn't it have 6 bullets? What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? I mean, the defense demands its right to a cross-examination. Dear me, dear me. Let me guess. The Hashimaki headband boy next door told me to do. How pathetic. Regulation meat ration sounds delicious. It sounds like meatloaf, TBH, or Salisbury steak. Probably was just steak.
Objection!
The defense is asserting its right to it. Do I get an objection anytime, or do I just say yes? I assume yes is like the hold it. Well, where's my objection? We need a good objection. Otherwise, you know, what right do we have to call ourselves the ancestor of Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney? This is where the battle really begins. I don't know what I have to do in cross-exam. I do know what I have to do. But, you know. Yep, we'll get to the evidence. Come on. Evidence. Yep. Oh, let's go! Okay! Don't worry, we'll get that death slam down. It'll be louder next time. Regulation beefsteak. Yep. Alright, I'm just civilian from the back. Yeah, okay. Now, here's the thing. Does it say that it's shot from the front here? No, this one just says that. So it's going to be the photograph itself? Yeah.
Yes!
I'm sure family will be death in Japan at this time. Oh yeah. Well, things will not go well for us if we don't get this. What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting some photographic print in my mustache. Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. clear inconsistency here. So what does this possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, let's say, the words just won't come out of my mouth. That's me streaming all the time, Ryanowski. This proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. So frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. Spelled out would be an insult to the court. It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic proof presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. This is good. This is good theme. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. Yeah, okay. We're still explaining contradictions. It's okay. We'll get through it. We'll get through it together. You and me.
Yes!
My own military-grade eyes witnessed it. Because we'll get some confidence eventually. In a couple cases, probably. Argue it. How do you explain it? Oh, he actually has a baby. On his back. What the? What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Oh wait, this judge is actually competent? I'm not used to that. I'm only used to incompetent judges in this game. Give me the incompetent ones again. It's gonna be deadly to us. Till the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious La Carnival steak served. Last test on the courtroom has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, the sergeant, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. That's absurd. The conclusion was drawn simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Oh! Got him. Wow. They even added achievements to the game. That's the name of the game. But I definitely saw him. He's pointing the firearm directly.
Yes!
But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor and then aim it at the person. Normal firearm safety. Man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either? Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Treasure. Indeed, the Hoy-era Koban, my prized coin. On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habit to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop. An open-meaning rich diner might like to buy it from you? On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I proffered my... Okay, yeah, eventually. Got up at 5:30 today because Chelsea had to get up and run an estate sale all day, which just seemed miserable. Believed that he would purchase such a rare find, I did not, but I was presented with little alternative, and then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished. Koban vanished. Hunting around under the table I was, in case my habit had fallen there. blammo. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did, but I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded holy treasure. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Koban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. I was promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony this court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What's your verdict, prosecutor? Person that has a vested interest in making this court case end? Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could have possibly committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant. Really seems to have a despicable opinion of me, doesn't he? Alright, I'm guessing this one we're going to learn about pressing. Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name... Ido. I don't know, sir. I don't know, sir. It seems those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Ido. Teen Shun. Oh, attention, like attention. Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. English is too confusing when you draw out the letters. Gotta guess. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes. Pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was that young bland and black. That much I did myself see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Where'd the baby come from? The baby was always there. Indeed, alone he was the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no others than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Again, but there was a lady. Is it a cover-up because the lady was also English?
Yes!
Wait, that's nonsense. The victim wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these outbursts already. There was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her. If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak. We're not here to listen to your fantasies. Evident beyond all reasonable doubt, the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. A print of the scene of the crime council? Indeed, of the table at which... Oh, yes, a very staged photograph. True evidence. Give me a break. As can plainly be seen, there's only one police set, and it definitely wasn't cleaned up to cover up anything. A government cover-up on case 1 is quite the start. Doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. It's not possible that nobody else saw that one. Maybe we'll be diagnosed with like a mental disorder and then be like, actually, you just have schizophrenia. Or, you know, Sky. Like, oh. Right. Kazuma, you were there. You didn't see a single person? Come on, Kazuma. Doesn't your headband have psychic powers? It seemed that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt. They're very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on that treaty with Great Britain. Things that Takatsuchi, ouchie. Oh, ouchie. Oh, the Defeat Cobra. A classic. A classic Phoenix Wright book as well. It's not over yet. If what you say is true, then there's something going on here between the behind the scenes. Now here's a chance to expose it. Alright, time to learn how to press, and then maybe they'll stop giving me all these tutorials, please, and thank you. Oh no, they're gonna have pretty much the same exact tutorials in the second game, which we'll also play. Uh-oh. Oh no. The true culprits. Even if I saw one in a precise moment.
Yes!
Yes! We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of a uniformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet. I don't think so. Consider this defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked. Did you? Did you see it? Did you see me blink? How could I? And yes, it's an undeniable fact that I did blink. Ah, yes. We got destroyed by facts and logic. I mean, which thing do we need to press on? I like his floppy earlobes. Okay, what else do we got? Furthermore, visual search premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present.
Yes!
Let's press on that, because obviously something wacky's going on.
Objection!
Have you been at pains to point out time and again? And yet no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this one. Only there had been more people dining there at the time, and someone else would have noticed her. Fortunately, it was already past 2 when it happened. A quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. Of course, the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect. Oh, there was a reason. This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. You just weren't gonna mention that? Classic. Classic. Ah, medical report card. I hope I get an A+ and great smile. Instead of D's and chubbiness. Or indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th November, noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident. Victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. Top 10 things said before disaster in Ace Attorney games. There was no need to submit this. But now we will. It'll be useful. Better not.
Yes!
I need less stuff to work with here, actually. This is too easy. The victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant.
Objection!
Objection. His bowel movements are every part of our business. It's up to us to decide. I beg your pardon. You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well. Youngsters these days, back in my day, they're asserting their rights, a most disturbing trend. Oof. Mega boomered. 1900s boomered. Alright, medical report card. What do we got today? Let's look at it today. To explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Okay, well, let's look at it, shall we? You're not allowing me to look at it. Okay. Are you going to tell me to look at it? Okay, you're not actually allowing me to look at it, which is, sus. Why do I need a magnifying glass? Okay. I guess I get a magnifying glass for anything. I mean, let's yes! Press on every single thing that they say. But especially the ones that keep on saying that he was alone, which are starting to be obvious bullshit. Forgive me for the position I place you in, which is a very weird thing to say, unless you've been told not to. The incontestable evidence we have to support their statements. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. I, myself, have a very yes! Large idea. Well, no, I don't. Just, I mean, she's got to be the murderer. The thing with Ace Attorney games is, like, sometimes the murderer's right in front of you. Like, it's one of the earlier witnesses that you do, and then you have to, like, call them back in. Sometimes the murderer is legitimately right in front of you. And sometimes it's like a last-minute thing where it's like, it was actually this unrelated person that you never met before. But it doesn't feel like you're cheated out of a solution, because you're always trying to figure out just the next piece of the puzzle. So it always feels rewarding just even dragging them out onto the witness stand. Have you ever defended the actual murderer in an Ace Attorney game? Without spoilers, I will say, It's also one of my favorite cases. It's crazy. All I'll say is y'all should play the original trilogy. It's remastered on, like, everything. PC, Switch, PS4, Xbox, everything. That's the first 3 games. And there's some good shit in there, man. The prosecution demands to see proof if such a woman were indeed present at the scene. Audio's good. Thanks, Chow. Demands that no mention of the Phantom Woman come up. Blatant waste of the court's time. Wild. That's what you have to look forward to, Chell. Chell and I have been working through the original trilogy again. She's never played it, so I'm there to offer assistance. Where's Kitty? I don't know. Not here today. Causing mischief somewhere, I'm sure of it. Excellent work, Greenevsky. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yeah, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card. Right, still gotta do the tutorials of looking through evidence. Bum, 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 Move crosshairs around on clues you may have missed before. Okay, okay. The crosshairs start to pulsate. Press A to investigate further. Hey, partner. I'm telling you, they're trying to Americanize it again. It's really funny because, like, unlocalized Phoenix Wright is obviously, like, in Japan. But they have to do a bunch of bullshit about, like, yes, we're in America, and then, but don't forget about, like, the spirit realm, and, like, spirit guides, and, oh, we went to a Kabuki festival that just so happened to play in LA. They're like, we sure love donuts as they're eating sushi. They're trying to do it again, trying to Americanize it. It's crazy. Medical report card required for every visit. Honda Clinic. I hate clinics almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries and sand. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. Even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. Most people would give their right arm to have only one cold in their entire life. Well, anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. The report card was first issued quite some time ago. Probably a record of long-term treatment. Family doctor, I'd imagine. Well, I can't imagine going to the doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. Well, I see why he's still not around today for the new Ace Attorney games. Well, if you're dead, there'd be no point. So, I don't like doctors then. Why would you? They make you drink horrible tasting medicine, they give you painful injections, and then they demand lots of money for you for the privilege, all while you're at your lowest ebb. You sound like a model patient. With a bad case of stubbornness, no less, for which the only cure is very bitter medicine indeed. Alright, let's turn the page. Ah, yes. I can definitely read this. This is all very legible. Well, let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with... Oh, it's a dentist. Okay. You wouldn't be eating, then. You shouldn't be eating. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Cautionary note from the medical practitioner. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure. Alright, well, he either ignored that, or, certainly seems to be a problem with the steak. Information worth bearing in mind. Wish you had let me do this from the start. Okay, same thing. Yes, one gun. Yeah, okay, we're the only personnel present. Indeed, he was dining all by himself. So, here's where things get a little wonky. But, because, like, you could present that and then, like, present that, but I think it's just, like, oops.
Yes!
That. Is yes the new objection? I will miss objection. That will be sad. What are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could, but first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Well, thanks, Kazuma. I see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright. Well, thanks for the advice. This is a medical report card belonging to the victim. I see, and I don't see. What of it, boy? I'm comparing what is written on the report card with your witness statement. We'll get a slam eventually. We're growing. Clearly, it doesn't add up. Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish dribble. But let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. But that's, remember, Inosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There's surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witnesses' testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. The court report card has no bearing at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced people who could possibly have perpetrated the crime. This medical report card has nothing to do with the case. Do you really believe that? Uppers have petrified me. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? Well, perhaps, because the clinic is a dental clinic. Is that supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted. What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result the victim had been forbidden from eating. Just what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat. So what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't. What, boy? What? As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more. You've assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. We got a death slam in. We've grown. Character development already. So soon. So proud of the boy. The victim, as we know. Partner. Yeah, see, baby. Baby's been on the back the whole time. Just look at the photographic evidence. We definitely didn't doctor it in any way whatsoever by moving the table from one side to the other. There's a plate of food there. Use your head. It's the very discrepancy we're talking about, or can't you follow the logic? How dare you? I think it's fair to say the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Wow, how the turntables. So having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beefsteak? It was the woman that everyone's lying about. I'm used to government cover-ups being like the end game for Phoenix Wright games. Alright, yeah, counsel. That means me, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Does that mean I finally get to do my own thing? No more handholds? pretty pleased. Personally, the stake victim's name must have been the as of yet unknown third party, obviously. Only someone else who was sitting at the professor's table. Let's go. There's no such person. Yes, there was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Now we have evidence of a half-eaten steak at his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was someone else later eating it. Good. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Minister of Justice and pursue a fair retrial, relentlessly. Are you insane? You would take on the government? Don't worry, Counsel. No issue with you. I have issue with them, those two witnesses in the stand. What? What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that you two are deliberately lying when giving your testimonies, well, obviously you'll be charged with perjury. And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit in murder. No, no, no! The baby, too! Negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they, told us. Oh. What? What'd you just say? Oh, no. You were just following orders. Now, hold on, lad. I was, say you never saw the gentlewoman? When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas?
Objection!
What's the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair? Just one simple slip of the tongue. I'm not sure that one's gonna fly. So explain what's going on here. It's painfully clear. You try to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. So who tried to make you keep your mouth shut? Well, that's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Judging from the way they reacted to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Ouchie had any idea, but that checks out. He usually doesn't have any idea what he's doing. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It can only be the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. Name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power. More evidence, huh? The business card? Oh, but the business card... Well, he did seem really upset that the business card... To prove that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. Please, wait, Your Excellency. I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god, I do nothing. What does the defense have to say about all this? Well, Your Excellency, no time to think. I'm just gonna have to close my eyes and shout out the first thing that comes into my head. Besides prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witness is... I mean... He's dead. It can't be you. I guess it could be him. But he didn't seem like he wanted me to die. I guess it would be him.
Yes!
Just based on... Chief Inspector. Yeah, we probably should have seen this. So he's undercover. Was the tuberculosis also a cover, or does he also just have tuberculosis? Oh. Chief Inspector. Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Well, that would be... You really wrote it on that? How many cases on this one? 5 each for both games, so 10 total. Because both of the Great Ace Attorney games got conglomerated into one here, which is really nice. Headwaiter could possibly not have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. So 10 total. There's 14 in the original trilogy, because there's 5, 4, and then 5 again. It's the man we're truly a waiter, that is. Come on, time to hit this court with the truth! Kablam.
Yes!
Yes. Plan of the restaurant. I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Oh, sorry. That's the back of the card. It's the back of the card. That's interesting. I beg your pardon? Or, perhaps I should have said the front. Another successful door or desk slam. Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Would someone please explain what this overexcited student's trying to say? He sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession. Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? Well, the Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... Hold it. I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized there was a possibility. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely, the judge asked him. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle, but I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So, you mean to say you really are a detective? Well, why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Ah, of course. Your salary must be terrible. Ooh. Undercover. A series of incidents at the restaurant lately. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant. What kind of incidents? That's classified. Yeah, of course it is. Not at liberty to divulge. Eat my butt. State categorically they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Right. Sure. Cool. Library at 1 point recording. Howdy, Victor. Happy weekend to you, buddy. Just heard new information from the 2 witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. That is indeed true. Clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner, therefore I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Excuse me, just got a little tuberculosis. Correct. As suspected. Bang! We do a little TB. We do a little infectious diseases. Just a smidge. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. Immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect, well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. It's not right. Ellipses. Even more ellipses. Even more ellipses. Stunned silence. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kasuma? The university is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain, and I'm fairly certain that one of them studying in the medical facility's research laboratory is a young Englishwoman. You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean, when I removed the woman from the scene of crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. The court demands you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett. I can't think of any puns for that name. Well, they can't all be winners. Indeed, a foreign student studying in the research laboratory at the university's medical faculty. I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene. That's fine, yeah. We do a little criminal activity. It must now be up to your excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. I declare, fuck 'em all. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we've now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling.
Objection!
Objection! But, Your Excellency, that would be missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great... They'll live. They'll live. They've got, what, half the other world to colonize at this point in time in the early 1900s? They've got... They gotta deal with, like, Australia, India. They'll live. Calm yourself. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. You will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. Come on, seriously. It means we go against the special orders you were given from the police bureau. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly, except for earlier when I was lying to kill an innocent person. One flaw. One. Just one. This guy's gonna die on the way here. Nothing will get in my way, except... except perhaps my lungs. Corporal returned briefly. Prosecution called English students. Alright, well, it is looking like we've got ourselves the official murder suspect. You like this, Judge? Yeah, he's actually competent. As opposed to the regular Ace Attorney judge, who is, not particularly. He has occasional bouts of usefulness, followed by, like, extreme stretches of just, sleeping and other unobservant activities. Looking at you in there, you were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a warrior. It's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of the courtroom again. Bet. Well, it looks like you exposed your phantom lady at last. It's just Alan Brent, a student from Great Britain. She was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him. Like I've been saying literally the entire time. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. Yes, you saw the human-sized human. Congratulations to you. You've done it. Good observing. Your health report card or your eyes, solid B. Endocrine system, A+ with the sweat. Possibly A++. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself. Then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I decided to pick up a gun. As opposed to just pointing out, hey, you've dropped your gun. It's like, let me just put my fingerprints all over this. Because I'm shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Well done, both of you. Professor Mikatoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You exceeded my expectations, I have to say. So, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so, which is why I firmly believe we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I want to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Even if it meant dooming your friend to death. Makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis in his life. So far. I shouldn't waste everybody's time by going study overseas. Worst part of his life so far. It gets worse. It always does. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Well then, looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me. Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, have a personal connection to this case. Let's think of it. He said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? He's probably friends with them. They're both professors. Come on, Ranowska, get it together. Come on, 1 + 1 is 2. Dr. H. Wilson was a visiting professor, and they were friends. Oh, I see. Didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into bed. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget, the gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. I mean, if this is the scale of case number 1. Case number 1 in the first game was like one witness, and that witness was just the murderer lying about being the murderer. And he had like 4 statements, and they were all terrible. Like, super easy to figure out. This is crazy involved for a first case. Just run errand at the university. It's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck. Alright, current recess is over. Let us go. Let's get back to it, partner. Yeehaw. I just really want you to draw your sword. In either threats or victory. Oh, he's so gonna die. He's our Mia. That's just the law. The Ace Attorney law. Whoever your mentor is will either be disfigured or die horrifically within a case. Unless they're Phoenix Wright. Then they'll just be disbarred for like 8 years. Or me, who will try not to get disbarred in multiple countries. We'll practice law somewhere. It might just be like Yugoslavia if we get disbarred from all the other countries. Definitely been disbarred a few times in America, so now we're going for Japan and Britain next. Alright, I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those suki as I like from the cafeteria. Okay, but let's try to clear me a murder first. Still kind of heavily sweating about that one. Alright, I'm gonna get a drink really quick because my throat will be parched. And then we'll start the second half of this trial. against all odds, the one Englishwoman in our entire university was found. Bruh, if a new treaty's gonna break down over one person being, one Englishman killing another rather than a Japanese person, get out of here. If it's really so fragile, treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. I could be Kazuma, minus the flowing headband and locks. Secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is that the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Your friend knew nothing. Nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. Yeah, I'd still rather not be sentenced to death. There's one thing I feel very strongly in our Supreme Court. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Oof. Despite the wide-eyed look of terror, well said. Come on, bring on the murder suspect. Oh yeah. You murder people. What a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan from such a distant land. Tea. Someone bring English tea. In England, no discussions take place without tea. Is that true? No idea. So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Of course. My name is Satoru Hose. I've been working undercover as the head waiter at Le Carnival, but my true... Yes, we all know about you already. In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today, you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh, yes, I think I did, didn't I? Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty. There was a human-shaped human there. That's all I know. Name and occupation from the lady. Do you not understand English? Because if we don't, this whole game's gonna be like this. I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but what? This is why everyone hates cursive. Cursive is a dead language. Write in block letters and ugly-ass script. That's easy. The lady says her name is Josiah Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in UMA University's medical facility. Faculty facility. What a rare sheet here. The dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British. Oi, you wanker! Oh, what a... The dulcet tones. I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song. Hummingbirds do not sing? Detective is translating words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. Let me find it. Her English doesn't rally you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention to your English classes. Is it? I'm seeing in, like, cursive, which is probably not a good sign. Please confirm something for us. 3 days ago at a restaurant called Le Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? Whisper, 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 whisper. Whisper, 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 whisper. She says, yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese? She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Murder? Sorry. Group project. Gotta finish it. Interesting, when you're the one who engineered her escape. Well, I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you please be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Apparently it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say? Yes, it would appear that the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused shot the victim in cold blood. There's literally zero motive here, but sure. Whatever you say. None at all. Kilby. Ugh. Absolutely conclusive witness statement. Well, it looks like we'll clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. That swan feels like it's a movie. Oh, it's going to take a while. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. And then not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. Sure, yeah, that checks out. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. Uh-huh. A condemning testimony. Yes, it is! I mean, no! I don't have any kind of argument with the professor at all. To you, black-hearted blackguard. Look at the snow-white angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words in the court is going to believe. Still making the same mistakes, Renosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. He's so annoying. Yes, and his descendants will all annoy every single one of us. Sign that Miss Brett was not involved. Ah, it's that simple. Testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless. Well, even so, on the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there's nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. Uh-huh. Unless and until the precise location where the witnesses have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot. There are no pockets in my outfit, I have nowhere to hide a gun. Ah, well, let's just believe her, I suppose. Spooky. Spooky. Alright, I didn't see any, like, baseline stuff. But there's definitely wine on the table. Oh, it's just carbonated water? I mean, I guess... Let's start here.
Yes!
Because, I mean, carbonated water's still kind of a thing. I feel like you'd mentioned that. Kind of a very circumstantial check there. But... Didn't it say no food or drink except for water? Was carbonated water? Carbonated water is still just water. Exactly as it was left. No. Not exactly. Victim Dr. Wilson had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right. Other than some carbonated water. Just water. Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. Appears the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. Each raised a glass of carbonated water, but there's only one on there. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. It's very meaningful. Damn. I feel like we're rolling the dice every time we try to slam down the desk. Prince calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Basically, just to like save time, I try to press on only certain statements that make sense. But sometimes you miss an unobvious statement that connects, and then it takes a while. Okay, so let's present. So I said cheers over glass carbonated water. Yeah, okay. Big old problem here. There's only one glass here.
Yes!
And as we the delightful noise of the music stopping. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene, and that it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, it's odd. Very odd. What's odd is the defense's inability to express itself. What is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers. Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, where glass?
Objection!
You're supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutia? The possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make in the case. Minutia, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. I would just lie and try to get you committed to jail for murder. And also force other witnesses to do that. Are you trying to tell me you can clink with only one glass? Get out of here! We're drinking here. Certainly took 2 glasses to the table. You stupid turd. Keep lying. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. Yeah, that's normal. It was also terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she said. Good gracious. Sorry. There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence. Oh, please. It was rumored that the student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or two in her state of disarray? So I take it you are now going to accuse this vulnerable young and beautiful woman of mischief? What? No, this can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. Handbag? Oh, you mean like the thing that you could use for a gun? Handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. So the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on this. This student has been trying to confuse the court with facts and logic, but in the end it comes to nothing. Feelings are everything in this court of law. No more pretentious accusations. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. Henceforth, we consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know, really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yeah, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance there, it's the handbag. It's only been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. Hee-haw. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? Well, it's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. True murder weapon, if you will. 2 guns, bitch. Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, I didn't do that. But I swear I try to do my job so well. Another gun. Well, actually, you skilled professor, could have been hidden in the handbag. What a gown, man. What's the meaning of this, Inspector? Well, the meaning of what? Professor, ouchie. Why on earth did you not have the handbag? Lady, open her hand. The handbag opened the lady and showed the contents at the time. Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Yeehaw. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Uh-oh, she's gonna pass out. Well, what a sorry situation. Please get yourself checked, my dude. I'm begging you. Clearly you have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because It was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? Well, I gotta thank the student lawyer, really. Surprised he's still not dropped dead. Just wait for the climactic part of the case. It'll happen. No doubt. A photographic print, you say? Okay, but he's got a scar of a steer on his wrist, so that's pretty weird. But also, yikes, meshwork bag. Contents clearly visible. No need to search the lady's handbag. What a convenient excuse to not have X-ray vision in the 1900s. Also, what the hell is that? It's a swan. It might literally be a swan. I swear to God I see it moving a little bit. But it's a swan. Like I said, Ace Attorney, A+ character design. Just really good stuff. Top tier. Alright. There's now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted to the court. Yes, she could not hide the gun anywhere else on her person. No, there's no room for doubt. Okay. Just what I thought. I was beginning to turn things around. Sumo? I'm sorry, Renask. Now that the cross-examination witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. I mean, this is it? Kinda like... Put up quite a fight for a rookie student. But the weak are meat, while the strong eat. I'm not sure that one's gonna catch on, ouchie. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma. His dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Is there really no chance, though, turning this trial around? Here's the judge. Nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest, except for the very obvious scar. What the heck's happening there? Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling. Ryusuke Naruhodo.
Yes!
Yes! I don't think he can rule on this case.
Objection!
This amateurish is getting tedious. When His Excellency demands the trial is over, he gives his ruling. It's the most basic protocol.
Yes!
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there's no longer any room for doubt in this matter. I must make my rule. Now that means if there was a problem with evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of question. Blatant straw clutching. With this photographic print, can we just say photograph, guys? I'm getting sick of it. Certainly the evidence submitted by the detective was not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this new bag. My thoughts exactly. Ha! Really, the prosecution has become tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Very well. I'll grant the defense one final opportunity. But be warned that if I'm unsatisfied by your response, I'm apparently going to bash your head in with this gigantic gavel. Take another look. Identify the court. Okay, but you say that it's one chance, but you're definitely still giving me 5 chances, so that's something.
Yes!
Yes! Look at this here. It's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Pondering what new piffle you would come out with. The burn, you say, on the victim's wrist. Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem. It was deemed unrelated, so he didn't note it at all. The incompetency, it's overwhelming. No idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either. I don't know, fam. That's looking mighty cowy. Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the dean. She must be going, of course. Oh, of course, dear. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. What's your thinking on this? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. I think I should keep digging in the hope that I might uncover something useful. We can just link that burn to the case. If we can do that, we might be able to price this shutting door back open again. Price? I hadn't noticed that very obvious burn. A moment of truth. Give me that objection theme, man. Objection theme's where it's at every time. Gets you hype. Like the final pursuit. It's this one that has it, right? Yeah.
Yes!
Yes! What's this, Consul? Yet another photograph. Yes, Your Excellency. Nickelback has sponsored this game. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. Beefy tutorial. Yeah, this is definitely the biggest first case in probably any game that I've played so far. Spirit of Justice had a pretty meaty first case too. Damn, I've played a lot of these games. And I can't believe I get 2. This is the 2 for the price of 1 game. Usually I only get 1 every like 5 years. Maybe 6. Actually, I made you to stay with us a little bit longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have this unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What?
Objection!
beefy tutorial? Because of the beefsteak! That's your game. Let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What's in this photograph? Well, you see, sir, every time I look,
Yes!
it makes me laugh. But also, here's the steer. Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. Oh, it's a metal plate. That makes more sense as to the burn. As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I guess it's some sort of trademark of Larcana Bottle. Ah. This emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn! Slam. Bum, 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 bum. Music is really good in this one. This is already one of my higher liked soundtracks. It has not taken long.
Objection!
It helps that Spirit of Justice was one of the worst. Can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. Could have been the day before or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time. Boy. Well,
Objection!
sadly, Prosecutor Ouchie, the chances of that are extremely slim. Why? That line of the burn is clearly discernible. Serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Osanaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But... I would say, looking at the picture of the wounds, that it wasn't suffered very long ago, and although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. No mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. Inconceivable the victim would have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. Probably good, you know. I give Le Carnival at least 3.5 stars. No one screamed at all.
Yes!
I want his headband, man. I want it really bad. Anyone who burned themselves on piping out plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. So he was dead before he hit the plate. And or asleep? I don't know. Strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day. Young and careless, I think. The rest of us in the restaurant, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor? Well, yeah, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear him scream? I almost don't believe it. Do you think? So he was dead before the gunshot, which means poison, right? Or something similar? At the very... He was dead before then, but after... If he was dead after he greeted Ryunosuke, but before the gunshot, no one heard a gunshot, it's gotta be poison. Strangulation? Something? We've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already deceased. Yeah, I guess he would still notice the burn if he was asleep, right? That would probably wake you up. It's quite an alarm clock for you. Touching a hot stove when you don't believe it's hot as a kid. So, autopsy reports are useless in this game too? Wow. History really hasn't changed in 150 years since the first game came out. Oh yeah, we didn't do any toxicology reports. What's a toxicology report? It's the 1900s. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness! No, this is Japan. Explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right. It's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly has no grasp of the facts. No, Prosecutor Ouchie, it's you who has no grasp of the facts. As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Indigestion noises, sweaty noises, The court must hear from this witness again, Your Excellency. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. Yeah, like the twist in the first game is like, yeah, it was someone else who knocked this girl out with a clock and then killed her. That was it. That was the whole thing. I've summarized the first case of the first Ace Attorney for you. We've gotten immensely more complex as the game's gone on, but I do kind of really appreciate it. Keeps the tutorial at least interesting, if it's going to be this long. I mean, honestly, it seems like we'll do like a case a stream, so... But, like, 4th, 5th case can usually be pretty long, so maybe, like, 2 for that, but... I mean, either way, like... We'll go pretty well, I think. 10 to 15 streams to get through this. Took us 20-something to get through Persona. I think we're good. Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Okay, so she could just speak the whole time, which is immediately even more suspect. Well, of course I do. I'm studying in your country, after all. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentleman, I tried to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. Casual racism. Love to see it. Seems the men of this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen, so I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Oh, you are the epitome of a true English gentleman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously... Wow. Taking kiss ass to a new level. I'll now ask you to testify in your own words, Miss Brett, about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Renosuke. Fortunately, I have no idea where the poor man had been, just like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. There's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace. Please, do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick it up on it anyways. Yep, just gonna accept that smackdown, apparently, Judge. The most that most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Easy does it there. It's the last time I have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. No, it's a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. Seems very clear from history this Boris talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I'm speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Thanks? Was that a prayer then? Well, you have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with a cross-examination now. I expect you noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. You're gassing me up a little too much there. Failed to demonstrate any problems with the witness's testimony. I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Yes. Okay, I mean, I didn't see anything obvious, so just press on a few different ones that look a little spicy. Of course, I have no idea what the parameters just like that. Only to brought my steak. Professor and I raised their glasses in toast. As far as I've heard, those more important. Gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. Of course, this country's inferior investigating. Pick up on animals.
Yes!
Luckily for all of us, the burn on the wrist won't kill us. Straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yeah, it's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. Victim burned his wrist on hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen. He must have already been dead.
Objection!
And yet, the fact is the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove it, it's a complete waste of time.
Yes!
The last three all seem pretty suspect. I like how Ryunosuke looks like he's just wearing, like, wrist straps. Like he's about to go to a bowling league after this with his, you know, 40-something dads. Roll a casual 250. Maybe take me with me. I'll roll a casual 100. Maybe. Triple digits is like the limit for me. Very, very low triple digits. There's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark? Gosh, I've never heard of poison. Have I actually not heard of poison? Poison, guys. Okay, we don't have evidence of poison, though. I don't think.
Yes!
In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination, but in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. Hello? Doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try and preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand. Killer blow. The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Maybe now she's finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. This is a new thing, like putting multiple witnesses on the stand at the same time. So basically playing off their reactions to one another, that's pretty cool. New without being kind of weird about, like, again, looking for someone's very sweaty armpits. There's one thing I noticed, something that's been bothering me. About Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hosonoka. Seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. Coughed up a little more blood. Just a little. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time, if you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself. Let's see what we can get out of the detective. Cool. I like that. I like that a lot. It's kind of a natural evolution, rather than,
Yes!
weird powers. I like the weird powers. They're fine. Some are a lot of fun, some are less fun, but this just seems like a more interesting...
Wait!
way to evolve it. The detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say in this testimony. This could be a golden opportunity. When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man in his train of thought. I'll explain how to do it now. With the buttons. What marker? Ah, this one right here. Yeah, swap back and forth. Yep. You ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand? Take a good look around. One marker, focus, pursue. Yep, got it.
Wait!
Oh, wait. Yep, I'm trying to do it.
Excuse me!
Excuse me? Good! That's the meaning of this. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts deeply. Looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say? There's something you'd like to say, please. Share it.
Objection!
The delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. You can't find fault with her testimony, and the cross-examination should be over immediately. Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely. The detective is on the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yeah. Not to mention the fact he's intimately involved in the case. Well, Inspector Hosonoka, do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made? Well, yes, if you don't mind. I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain, which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless, except for, again, pinning murder on an innocent bystander. I'll tell you what I mean, though. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch, and I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. Crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. What's that? This is the bottle of carbonated water I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming. I guarantee it. Maybe not for you. Kind of are on death's door. Half the time. I do understand the set, even if I can't condemn the witness's actions. We'll accept the glass bottle of water. Into the court record. Well, how convenient. Sprat, can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well. Alright, well now we can show some other way. Can we let's present, but also let's look at it. Might need to take a peek-see. It was written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. It's going to be very expensive. You could just say that you don't know. Alright, well that wasn't super helpful. Carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson. There's a little left in the bottle. Well, now it's just plain water. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. Oh. No, please don't drink that water. This water? I think I might have just worked something. An interesting possibility. Soap poison. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna present this as like a poison.
Yes!
Say, possibility. Well, actually, there's one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could be the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass. And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could have possibly done it. Say, Brett, it was you!
Objection!
Just to suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. So have you ever considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? You've forgotten that we only just signed an accord of friendship and navigation with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling? Split tier 3. That your rash accusation could jeopardize
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one another. The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. Finally, I will silence you forever in this disgraceful act on the... It is you who should be silent. Of course. Dear lady, where did that come from? She just snapped. Afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. Sorry, wait, what are you referring to? You described your police force as inferior, but no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe? The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not. Of course. You've forgotten what my guiding principle is already. Frame innocent people for murder. Also strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. We tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. toxin that's available in this country at the present time. Okay, so it could just be a foreign poison, though. Blech. Dead. Very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. And of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours. Dead. Double dead. Everything falls in place if he was poisoned. Thank you, counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, the shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, we haven't heard of ballistics in this country. The accused who, by his own admission, was holding this weapon is the only possible culprit. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this caused to your friend. Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence presented to the court at this point? Not really. It's time. Is it time for another not so fast? I'll hold it. I really must be leaving. You'll excuse me. Hold it.
Hold it!
The classic. Oh, yeah, Susato. Please, wait. What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, I can see. Susato Mikatora, judicial assistant to the defense. Like a bolt from the blue, it's time. In her hand she carried a small package wrapped in a fur sheepy cloth. Actually, 3-part trial. Wild. That's insane for a first... a first case. I can't believe it. Well, I understand you're the judicial assistant to the defense, but why the sudden ingress into my courtroom? Sexism! The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law. Thanks, Sitch. Your Excellency, why? Sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now. Englishwoman's research. Let's see, researching into poisons. What a convenient, but understandable twist that would be. Those characteristics of Curar and its effects on human subjects. What's that? Female. Female. Summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful. Thank you. An unknown poison. It is indeed. What convenience. What style. What grace. Had long enough, Counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. Yeah, she's going to a costume party, an opera. She gotta get going. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but... The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency. Alright, buddy. Alright. Curar, a poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. Hunters the region used in ancient times. Instant paralysis of the entire body, subsequent death, even in minute doses. Rudimentary, if it enters the body through a wound such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Did she shoot the... Was it a bullet of poison? No, that doesn't make sense. Through the burn? I don't know. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, its believed toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest, aka suffocation, would need to be found first. Otherwise, you'd just have some dead people. This really is our very last chance. So he couldn't cry out, even if he was just... If he was still alive. He'd be paralyzed, so he couldn't even, like, move his wrist. Couldn't cry out because he was being asphyxiated. Oof. But how did it get there? We both drank. Was it only in one glass, maybe? Perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer, do you mind? It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. I'll have to politely decline. Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat that as an order. I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense. My apologies, dear lady. So, counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? Well, it's the only piece of new evidence we have.
Yes!
Yes! We understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson. Doing research. Research by sheer coincidence, perhaps, into a deadly poison. Also known as Curar. Curare? When the slice amount of deadly poison entering the body, instant death. Complete and utter nonsense. Curare, you say? I've never even heard of it. You wouldn't have done. I mean that you wouldn't have heard of Curare before, for one simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist. Correct, which means that no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify Curare. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison. Zoinks. Order. Does this deadly poison truly exist in the council? According to this report authored by the visiting research team from England, it's long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists. Colonization, ho! Eradicating indigenous peoples, ho! I like the courtroom noise when it seems there was people in the court. Me too. The hubbub. Instant death. And that about sum it up, Miss Brent.
Objection!
Start with, if the victim had been administered some of the so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain. The other diners would surely have noticed. Well, that's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? According to this, it's the other way around. The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that Curare was used. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there'd be no visible signs of pain at all. Obviously, a man loses all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor, but with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects would go largely unnoticed. Full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Suffocation. Something the inspector might be all too familiar with, considering he just seems to be struggling to breathe every second. Let's see, yes. To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep, but for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly Curare poison. You're suggesting that this bottle, Counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison?
Objection!
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison, which there's no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense. Well, if I may. Tis you who must be taught. Of course. Dear lady! So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them? I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime, that really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection!
Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules! Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett? May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Are we just, Are we just gonna let her drink that? Oh, police games and these foolish courtroom antics, it's laughable. I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers. Okay, so we just let her drink the evidence to prove it. Was that all of it? You poured all the water there. Also, it's 3 days old. Gross. No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. So, had to have been in the glass, then not the bottle, right? That's the only explanation I can have. Goodness, whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned. So, no cure. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying? You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course. That's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in the grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett? I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries. Yes, dear. We're most gratified with all the assistance you've given. This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for an interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. It's too much poison, doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have keeled over dead. Come on, just I want the clues now. A bottle of water. I mean, it can't... I don't even know what it... Was it like dust? Was it... Oh. As I thought, there is no poison in that. Oh. What? Why? Isn't it obvious? If there was, she'd be dead by now. Sometimes you're unadulterated naivety really stands well, but sometimes it's an even good stating. It's as dark as your uniform in the ways of the world. Is that what this color is supposed to represent? That was a guileless ending to a promising line of inquiry council to which she would be okay, well, I guess it was poison. The whole trial is poisoned. Okay, so if there's poison in the bottle, it's not in the glass. Though she took the glass with her, which is strange. Maybe it was just to maybe not even get caught up in all this.
Objection!
Fool, are you blind? There's no possible way that bottle could contain poison. We just saw the spread drinking the water from it. That's right. Which rather complicates your argument, I think. I believe that complication can be explained. How exactly? We need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence room in the corner of somewhere. It has to be. This Trilling tends to assert this claim. I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume supposedly poisoned water unscathed? I mean, I guess the report, but like... Okay. Bark. Effects, route of entry. The above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound. So not ingestion? So are we back to the bullet? Or the burn? I mean, either way. Alright, let's
Yes! Objection!
Too extensive to be considered by the court. I was elected to lead, not to read. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer? The special characteristics, right? Page 2 is special characteristics. Okay, so it wasn't incorrect per se. Yeah, special characteristics, the route of entry. Been hearing a lot about this Curard poison. It's left me curious about something. Oh, Council. Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Good point. Surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Isn't that eating poison? That would be madness. I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. Poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound, so it had to go into the bloodstream, I guess? He had the burn, he had the bullet hole. Terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. You authored this research. You knew Curar's special characteristics, and you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. It is! It's a real freaking swan! Well, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be.
Objection!
This poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure, but I fail to see how it's possible. So, the ill-bred puppy is a new toy to play with. Some facts I read in a book, but I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic is a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish? Flaw? Even as your brain has managed to deduce, Curar is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus. Oh, yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers? What? So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? Wait. No, he had a molar pulled. He has a fucking hole in his mouth. It was like an hour. Definitely would go in. If they drank the same poison, they'd be affected the same way. You're trying to suggest... Yes! It's completely irrelevant to the case on trial. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. What is this welling up inside me? Is it an objection, finally? Never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost a rage-like. Animalistic desire to take... Oh my god, Marina, calm down.
Objection!
We got it. We can object. We finally got our pursuit team. Exactly why, even though both of you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. The medical report.
Take that!
Oh. No, there's no more yes. Only take that and objection now. He's grown. Toxic effects of the cure are, I will not miss yes. Feels much better with take that and objection. Healthy person with no injuries drinking it is completely harmless, but... what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? It's like the wound you might have if you'd just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You use that knowledge to orchestrate this. But why? Don't like to repeat myself, but honestly I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are also puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. I mean, could just slip. Kind of seems like a admission of guilt to me. Like, I mean, that doesn't seem that bad. Couldn't you just... there's gotta be traces. What a terrible blunder! I didn't realize we were watching soccer. Collect up as much of the water from the broken bottle as possible. It's wasting your time. This delightful carpet on my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. It's very absorbent. By the technology and the presence of mind to recover it. How could you get away with this? You can thump the bench and sound as much as you like, little boy, but I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle, or not. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course, yes. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, my dear. How is this at all evidence anymore? He's sitting with his back to me, so of course the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little...
Objection!
Then confusion followed. All you had to do was turn the dead professor in his chair around. I mean, still. That makes sense to me. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but we don't have a shred of evidence. Nothing to support your wild claims. Prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused. How can this be happening? Yeah, but now, is she really gonna get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene! Come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. Lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true, so if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. My head. What a great song by the Queens of the Stone Age. You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you really depend upon. Well, that's true, but all I can really see is human-shaped humans. I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head, so... Either way, think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. I felt nauseated. Every color. Oh, heckin' black and white images, man. This is really scuffed. Some of these mysteries are just built on the fact that, like, we're in the Stone Ages for investigation at this point. So many advancements came after this, which is interesting in and of itself. Come on, then. It's like the smug smile off that Englishwoman's face with some evidence. Alright. I can't wait. For a little while, something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. It's here somewhere. The clue that shows who... I mean, the big red bloodstain, probably?
Take that!
Where, is our guy Scottish? I kind of like that, if he is. Answer me this. Yes? What is it? Still miles away. Probably thinking about all that bottle being smashed. Mazel tov. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Well, absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak you took to the victim's table that day.
Objection!
Wait a minute. Where are you going with this? Where are you going with this thing? Well, it's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? Well, I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. I saw on the wooden base of the plate the steak was served on. was a splattering of blood. What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when he shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front. There's no way the blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. But to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter, which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor, as you were. I beg your pardon?
Objection!
It's beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense. Is this court seriously expected to believe something the accused apparently just remembered seeing? It's fine. The blood. This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. That 3-day-old moldy steak. So I took the plate in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all. And I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. You did what? I took the steak you'd been eating, Spread. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice! Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a bloodstain on this brass plate. We must examine it now. Sorry for the delay. Here's what you ordered. The steak. The blood, man. Show the court. Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. Oh, there's no blood on it. That's not good. No blood. No blood anywhere. But no. It's impossible. I'm sure of it. Steak looks a lot more eaten, though. Unbecoming expression, big boy. This is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese do. The racism! I couldn't agree more! In the case of this disgrace to the Empire. Bootlickers all around, man. It's a live swan. Yep. This let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings will be painful to watch, but I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. It's a sorry-looking accused wishes to examine again. Be my guest. Okay, I will. I love steak. 3 days old or not. Has it been refrigerated? I'd eat it still. It's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what. Okay. Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. Hold on to me. What? It's a Koban coin. Oh, wait. From the antique thing? Why was it there? Why was it on a steak? Under a steak. Apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. The first time today there's been talk about Koban. Bullion? Oh my gosh. Did they make this whole trial just to make that joke? Because I respect it and want to die. Like you ever will again. It's extraordinary, though. This means... there's swaps. They had to have been swapped. think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this. In America, you get a prize with every steak. That's how it works. I mean, I think that's it. But, like, pretty important. So it was swapped. When, though? What thing was going to clinch the trial for me? Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? There's another clue. This plate of beef is hiding another clue.
Objection!
You got beef with my beef, Ouchie? Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination on this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied. I've seen enough. I'm satisfied. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, isn't it? Thank you. And this judge is the MVP of every single judge in this game. No doubt about it. Right here-ish. Oh, was I supposed to not find this? Okay, well, we gotta go through this. Yeah, gotta go through this again. Yeah, good condition. No, not the bullion and bullion. Oh, that's terrible. Stop with the. The law is the law. Oh, I had to present. I clicked examine. All right. Yep. Prize steak. Yep. This is my fault. This one's on me. We had to lift up the steak first, though. Yep. Steak price. Yep. Please let. Thanks. Good gracious, that's a Koban. Earth? Oh, apparently everyone here is a frickin' antique buff. Go on Antiques Roadshow, you mooks. Come on. Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden under ridiculous question. How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want no part of it. I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? That could simply have been a careless mistake by a chef in a moment of distraction. Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this has happened by accident in the kitchen? A rare holy Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. This turns out to be irrelevant to the case. I want to put my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. So let's see. This counts. A rare Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. This turns out to be irrelevant to the case. Do my lawyer job right now. I invited you anyways. Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant. No, I'm the one on trial here? The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under that stake. Alright.
Take that!
Cucumber something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Ridiculous. Yeah, give me the jiggly earlobes guy. And probably the sergeant, too. Actually, maybe not. What, did he place the Koban under the... That doesn't make sense. And if it wasn't him, it had to have been the sergeant. Or Giselle. But, like... Honestly, this could have wrapped up an hour ago if you just didn't let her destroy evidence, and also, once she destroyed the evidence, said, "Oh, well, that's unfortunate. I guess you're still on the hook for murder," even though that was the most ridiculous suspect thing I've ever seen anyone do, if they weren't guilty.
Yes!
Oh, we still have yes. But we have take that an objection now in our repertoire, so that's pretty exciting. I can handle an occasional yes, but take that an objection... They're strong. Strong like bull, strong like ox. Don't tell me there's going to be a fourth part of this trial. Oh no. There's going to be a fourth part to the trial. Oh, you're not going to do it to me, are you? No. No, you're going to hit me with a to be continued? No, it's just going to go right into it. Okay. Fair. Good. What's this all about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize it's dinner time for little baby Ido? My son's belly is empty. He's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police, we were, like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom, I became a ruined man with a trice. Worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun is set on this Marsute shop owner's existence. Be that as it may, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Restate memory serves, you ever seen this go on? Wah! Just kind of... The resplendent, splendiferous holy treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace on this fateful day! As I thought. Oh man, lighten this decrepit old field. Put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. Under coin sandwich between a beefsteak and a plate, soaking in the seasoned meat's juices. Still haven't had dinner. Pretty hungry. Sandwiched. Soaking? Seriously? Clearly it couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my hoy treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate. Do such a thing. Such an unconscionable thing. Excuse me. Can I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector. I mentioned this earlier on the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. That's right. I'd completely forgotten about that. They do this really well. Well, they do it for me really well. I've got object impermanence. Except it's plot impermanence, where anyone that mentions anything that might be important just completely forgotten in these games, and then I get blown away by, like, probably pretty predictable twists. There were a bunch of thefts, you say. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. He's not coughing anymore. He's become stronger, more powerful. In the name of justice, it will be served. Because he's a waiter. Thanks, I'll be here all week. But I actually won't be. I won't be here at all next week. A master thief was also at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who's stolen him the Koban is all too clear. Well, I guess it would make sense if it was the sergeant, wouldn't it? He was the one seated next to him. It makes sense. I mean, I guess it could be Giselle, but like she'd have to like run over and then can only be you. Yes or no, sir. What? How? How dare you, you monster! Monster? I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of Le Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet. But it wasn't me, it was Ido! Ido's the master! I'm just gonna take a nice screenshot of this, Gonna save that for later. That's a meme if I've ever seen one. Push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby? It's the monster, Sergeant Noza. Oh! My man just died. Man, I love... The best thing about these games is the breakdowns. When you finally, like, nail someone, they have absolutely ridiculous animations. That's been since the first game, even. They weren't as ridiculous in the first game, sometimes, but, I mean, someone throws a toupee at you. That's great stuff. They've only gotten more and more extravagant, though, which is only to the benefit of the game, I think. Do any of you know of the extraordinary low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those expects to keep our country safe? Well, I understand the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remains in place, and I've heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living. Yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you're stealing things at the restaurant? The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days I'd go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I enjoy chopping my way through a good steak at the same time. Sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable. Your target that day was the old man in his koban? Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. Veritable phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave the steak. I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. I know, too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could on the double. I slipped it underneath the steak, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous it again at a later date. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd pride in your own time. Well, Miss Brett. Of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. May the esteemed gentleman please be excused, Your Excellency. Indeed. The theft of the koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? Well... And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Madness in this world. American McGee wrote this. Now all questions concerning this witness situation. That's where I see no further justification for detaining her. Except, like, it shouldn't be under that steak. It should. This was supposed to be her steak. No. No. There's no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. Can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. But it didn't quite add up. In this case, don't just stand there thinking, make your voice heard. You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over. Object. Object. Throw the objection. Yes. What is it now? I'm afraid just one last time. There's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection!
new student nonsense is this? What parting words are you talking about? Yeah, just kidding. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that steak is... It's just literally the wrong steak. It's swapped. Truly uncontradicting. Where is this evidence to prove it? Sure. I mean, this should show it, right?
Take that!
It's a different steak. What's interesting is the plate of steak that you can see on the victim's table. More accurately, Your Excellency, the steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. Now you're just splitting hairs. Not true? Doesn't something about the steak strike you as very unnatural? Allergies, why now? Why are you doing this to me? Extremely honest. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you noticed too, Miss Brett. Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. Then take a good look at this! Look at those big chompers. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. Looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak.
Objection!
But what's your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry and couldn't help her. Whatever you say. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course, this will all be over in a blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place. Just leave everything to... I've heard enough. Irritating little spectacled samurai relic. Of course. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications these teeth marks on the steak have for her. Do you know where you're going with this from this game? But of course, yes. Now at last, it's all come together. The mysterious teeth marks in a steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. And the reason why the bloodstain I know I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. Except these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency. Everything? So these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence. How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase. How can you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. What? I want us to own her hat? With the real-life swan? Included, Josh? This trial has run several hours already. I agree, it's been long.
Objection!
Someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. That person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to. Solve every remaining mystery about this case. Squawking included. That's fair. It can probably attack your enemies for you, too. Give me the other steak. Give me the other steak. Give me the other steak.
Take that!
yes. Oh no, we've started off more coughing. Yep, slipped it underneath the steak. It's swapped, man. They swapped the steaks. Was a steak you put the steak? Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. Not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nurse's.
Objection!
Makes no sense. It was taken from the victim's steak. Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor does she have opportunity to steal the coin. She didn't steal it. It's just such a thing. An affront to the entire British Empire. Well then, how do you explain this paradox? Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest Sergeant switched the two steaks over. Yeah, I actually... well... You did switch the plates? Well, after it happened, when I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my steak and had the coin underneath it, but then when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I'd had it. He decided to investigate my slab of meat, and I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one on the foreign lady's table. You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done. Unbelievable. However, fear not, Prosecutor Son. I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform that is all I did, sir. All you did? That's plenty.
Yes!
Yes! That is plenty. So, if Sergeant switched the plates over, that means he took Miss Brett's steak, and the plate it was on, back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Osanaga. Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak, but also the Sergeant's. To preserve evidence, you had taken both. Did you not notice the blood stains on it, Osanaga? Did you just think that was... well, that's steak. Steak juices. Sir seems pretty crimson. Oh, this is a new one. Is this the actual Pursuit theme? This is a good one.
Objection!
Music too good. Surely you're not that forgetful. Sure you remember the reason why the steak pan promises to prove to be such a problem for you, then. So decided it was a problem, not me. And the reason the defense asked to see that plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure of what I saw in this bread. Give me that plate. Please give me that plate. We've got a 4-hour case. Dude, we're never going to finish these. This is going to be just as nutty as Persona. At least there's, like, story progress, though. Sorry for keeping you. Ah, yes. Bloodstain. Feel free to examine it. Yes, I see the blood. I would like to point out the blood.
Yes!
Yes! Now this makes everything clear. What you can see on the side of the plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruto-san to have shot him. It can't be. In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. Ugh. Oh. That's right. It's Josiah Brett. Boom. Get pointed. It's you! Is it time for the breakdown? Oh, I think we killed the swan. Outdone by a Japanese? Me? I'm very racist? No! I have a Japanese friend. I'm not racist. Oh, incredible. Well, adios. Like I said, the breakdowns are by far the best part. So satisfying. This is how courts are in real life, by the way. Can confirm. They're just as fun, I'm sure of it. Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. We still have zero motive, by the way. It was I who took the professor's life using Quran. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. I plan to kill the professor, knowing that no trace poison would be found in his water, because Quran is unheard of here in Japan. Yes, of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of this water, and it would be all over. Placed the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. I planned to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happened to know the professor was always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of Quran in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed underneath my skirt. Under you skirt? So I was right, there were two guns. Yes. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. A place where you were sure that I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun, as I'd intended. Then, just as you bent down to pick it up, bang! Kablamo. Skadoosh. That's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruto-san was culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor in his chair around. Because, of course, we needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson where he picked up the gun. Dramatic ellipses. Once more, onto the breach. So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. Misdemeanor? Ah, yes. Did you not know murders in Britain are just misdemeanors? $500, sorry, £500 fine. No tea time for 3 weeks. I wonder, might I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. Hope you can forgive me. Naruto-san. There's still no motive, though. Alright, so that's going to come back in a future episode. Whether it's the first game or the second. It seems this trial's finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement? This can't be. Ouchie does not lose. Not to the likes of this rookie student. You better start getting used to tough opposition. Naruhodo. This insult to the Ouchie family name will never be forgotten. It's true, they still hate Phoenix right to this day. You've become conceited of the Age Council, but the old have to stand aside to make way for the new. Oh, is he about to slash? Is he about to do like the 1-inch slash? He's gonna do just the like shh. Oh no. No, he actually did slice. Incredible. The top not severed. Now he looks a lot more like a Pain family. 1,000 millennia may pass, but still the Ouchie clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. Also true. He's always the tutorial lawyer. This trial will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Rhinosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. Thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. Usually we just kind of burn them. We burn the witches. We see if they float. Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. Feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what it will look like I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma, yes. After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. Okay. I understand. What's that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Ah, never mind. As for you, Rhinosuke Naruhodo. Yes? In you, I sense, how can I put it? Unusual potential. Very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. Boom, boom, boom. Give me that not guilty. Do they still do confetti? Boom, boom, confetti? Yeah. Oh, flower petals. Even better. That also is definitely things that happen in courtrooms. If you're pronounced not guilty, they do confetti cannons. It's a significant portion of the state budget every year, but it's worth it. I always love these little, like, location intros because they remind me of Law & Order. Bong bong! We did it. Defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Finally pulled it off. Congratulations. It's a pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me an extra large sukiyaki for the place in my University Street. Don't forget. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo's innocence. Our trusty judicial assistant worked hard for that result, too. Oh no, I didn't do anything. Thank you so much. If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. Bad. Though, it did kind of end up being completely nonsense. It just kind of stalled the trial out until we realized, oh yeah, we could have just realized that there was blood on the plate. Ah! It's alright. It's for the drama of it all. The whole game. It's just drama. Speaking of Mikotoa, oh, there you are. Your congratulations are in order. You did an excellent job. Thanks, Professor. Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to the university, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Mikotoa studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably that's when you met Dr. Wilson? Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Together? Never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now, besides. It's your turn, you see. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world in science, medicine, engineering, colonization, tea, ruining countries, and in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asogi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. The Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. And cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already when it is. That reminds me, what's happened to the woman? To Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Ah, yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit, after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future for Shanghai. Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that. It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. Must congratulate... Is this one consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? Then who? Who's going to bring her to justice? British consular court will hear her case, somewhere far away, where our voices can't be heard. Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances you're right, but we were only passing friends, and we needed to be on their top 10 MySpace best friends list. We're not there yet. We're number 12. So, long as it's not a serious incident, they can't invoke a consular court just like that. Oh, can't they? Yeah, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our government's making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. Afraid that for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There were never any danger of comeuppance for her. British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case to a foreign student committing murder very seriously. Yeah, I'm sure we definitely won't see her again whatsoever. It's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil. This new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day I have no doubt that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. But, Professor, this is no time for gloomy faces. It'd have to be this game. I haven't seen many games in between series that tie things together, but I have seen some. In that case, might I suggest La Carnival? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to find you with ample food and drink. You're a detective, aren't you? Well, let's not worry about details for now. Will you come wash your hands first? Can I have someone else serving my drinks? Please? Oh right, yeah, we still have to get released from prison. So Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Yeah, alright. There's literally no loose ends in any... Nah, that's gonna come back up. Sometime down the line. See, yesterday's game? Just wanted to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today. Music is really good in this game. You were the Lord there, weren't you? I didn't do a thing. That defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. This man's about to die. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. Come on, be serious. I helped you today. It's only right at the very start of the trial, but you have a natural talent for it, for being a defense lawyer. Wow, all that tense verbal combat? I never want to go through that ever again. But I did what you told me, that's all. You could trust me. That's the point. What do you mean, that's the point? Listen, you know the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? The knowledge of the law? No! Laws are suckers. The ability to believe. The rules are made up and the points don't matter. Welcome to law. Defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times, like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth, but you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom you can really be backed into a corner, but being able to remain faithful to what you choose to believe in, even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Well, I face seemingly hopeless situations time and again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it through your own efforts. Because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, There's something I want to ask you, actually. It's a favor, really. Something very important to me. Sounds serious. What is... You're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Snow. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Please, wipe the blood. I'm begging you. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget. Ah, yes, that too. My man's about to die. I can feel it. He's the Mia. First trial came to an end. Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. Because of the help and support of all these people, I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. And, alright, let's end it here. No, let's do another trial. It'll only take 4 more hours. Alright, we'll end it here. Defense debut awarded. Thanks for watching, everybody. Hope you enjoyed it. We will be back on August 16th. So, taking a break. Hope I left you guys with enough to either watch or whatever. Please don't miss me too much. We'll be back next week. It'll be Isaac 2 times, and then, well, probably Isaac. And then Psychonauts 2, which is absolutely going to be a blast. We'll play, it's going to be so much fun. I've been looking forward to that game for 17 years. Well, not since it came out. Like a decade. Came out 17 years ago. Whatever. Semantics. Thanks so much. If you'd like to leave a follow or just come back anytime you want. We'll be back August 16th. but I'll be on Discord if you want to talk. Other than that, thanks for watching. Have a safe, healthy weekend. Have a safe, healthy week. And then a safe, healthy weekend again. And then we'll be back. That's all I got. Doodles.